on the reconciliation. Today we have the reconciliation of the general fund appropriations because all of the amendments that are being proposed only touch the general fund. We did have an earlier technical amendment in the budget cycle in which, when it was pointed out that that not in every case was the appropriations using special fund and other funds mixed, that they were delineated as to how much of a $900,000 appropriation is how much is general fund, how much is special fund. So earlier on, I think it's like 2 weeks ago, we've been here for a while, somebody made that, and that we had said that before we vote on the bill, all of those special funds or all appropriations with different funding sources will indicate exactly how much of the appropriation is attributable to each funding source. So we are continually working on that, and that would happen when the bill is engrossed. So, Senator Calvo?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the spreadsheet. But
Yes.
before I review it, again, if I can recall, there may be there may be more agencies, but in particular the DPW, and I think the GIPA.
Yes, we have an amendment. We're going to show you the GIPA amendment and say that is what we're doing in other amendments, but we're going to present that amendment so that you can actually see what will happen to all of the other special fund mixture accounts.
Okay,
but we have that amendment prepared and we'll present that.
So, Mr. Chair, what would happen then, there will be an amendment, because the current structure of that utility bank fund,
right,
it just has a certain amount total appropriated.
Correct.
And then it says to use general fund, this fund, that fund.
Correct.
An amendment's going to be made will then show so-and-so amount is appropriated from the general fund for the utility bank.
Correct.
So-and-so amount is appropriated from the highway fund.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank
yes,
you very much, Mr.
That is all
that
that's all being done and being worked with, and that will be in the bill before we vote on as engrossed. So that will come, and we
I think that has to be going through amendment form.
No, it's not, because when we appropriated the money, we appropriated a total amount, and we said these amounts are coming from these fund sources. So the total amount's not going to change, but it will show of a $500,000 appropriation that we said goes to the utility bank.
Yeah.
And we said that $500,000 is being funded by highway fund, by general fund, and so it will show you that of that 500, 250 is from the highway fund, and 250 is from the general fund.
My concern, Mr. Chair, and this is the opinion just of one senator, that in particular to appropriations, it cannot be technical in nature and through the engrossment, because there are also, and I'll give you the example of DPW,
Right.
where you have a Guam Highway Fund and you have the Solid Waste Fund.
Mm-hmm.
These are particular funds for certain purpose, and their appropriations
That's
to these
correct.
funds. Some of them in appropriate for certain areas and amounts. If you make an amendment or a technical correction and you delineate a certain amount from Highway Fund, a certain amount from Solid Waste Fund, and a certain amount from General Fund, there's a concern in my part that it would not be technical, because you would have to now reconcile the current appropriations you have from the General Fund and from those miscellaneous special funds. And I think it's not technical in nature, and we would have to, again, reconcile that as a body.
Well, you will see that, because you'll get another table on the general fund side. I mean, on the special fund side that we're preparing, that is going to be incorporated in the bill. I'm just telling you that you'll see the reconciliation before we vote on these things.
But so you mean this will not be put in the bill, in the working document, but it will be put in the engrossment?
Oh, yes, and it'll be in your work. We will give you another table similar to what you have now,
Okay.
delineating the special funds.
Then my
Like
recommendation is, and how it's been done in the past, if that's going to be done.
No, we've
you
never
make
done
an
this in the
amendment
past because
as an
we've never had a
attachment.
line item in the past. We've just lump sum everything in the
Oh, no.
past.
In
That's
previous
the big
budgets,
difference in this
Mr.
one.
Chair, if you allow me to speak, I was not a part to this last budget. It became
Oh, yes,
almost
that was
lumped.
developed by the
I voted
Committee on
against it, if you
Finance.
can recall. If you can
You
allow
did
me to
vote
speak,
against it, but it was
because
developed by the
was a
Committee on
substitute bill
Finance.
put out by the majority.
No.
And the budgets I used to have were, again, focused on programs, and they were appropriations to programs for general fund and special funds. And unfortunately, we've not gone in that path. But if if you could allow me to continue,
Just make sure
if
that
the chair could
no,
allow, I thought the speaker. Would you allow me to?
I know. I just wanted to assure you that all of the appropriations that are being made, if an appropriation is coming out of the highway fund, it meets the requirements of the highway fund mandate that it can be used for this purpose. So.
Then, again, Mr. Speaker, my recommendation is that if there is a worksheet to be made that shows, that delineates, then there must be an amendment as an attachment. So to use this attachment as a portion of the budget bill, you can't just do it in engrossment. There would have to probably be an attachment where it shows the breakdown, and with that breakdown, an amendment to add that as an attachment to the bill.
Oh, no, okay. I certainly don't see that doing it that way is a problem.
I look forward to balancing this budget.
Yeah, and there was an earlier amendment that I said that was made to have the funding source for all appropriations in which the total amount is reflective of different sources, that those be broken out. And if you want a worksheet attached to that, we'll get it.
Yeah, and again, in closing, Mr. Chair, I don't believe that these are just technical in nature, and I'll give you the reason. When you allow for appropriations, and in the original bill, it is a discretionary at the whim of either Department of Administration, where they are to decide on how much will come out of the general fund, how much will come out from a particular fund, such as a solid waste fund or the highway fund. That was a policy call. You are now, because of the necessity for getting clarification, going to make a change that specifies. And I think that is not technical in nature, that is pretty substantive. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
No, but that was an amendment that was made by the body here. It wasn't a technical amendment I'm doing.
Yeah.
That amendment to delineate each source of funding in which a line item appropriation is funded from different funding sources.
Yeah.
The body made an amendment earlier when that question was brought up that in the bill we would delineate that.
And again, that was proffered by myself because
that's right.
We believe that discretionary, again, if you allow for the discretion, then of course what you would have potentially, a utility would be all paid either from a solid waste fund.
That's correct.
Or a environmental fund, or what fund. But again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will provide you with that worksheet. So, okay, so in the worksheet that you have, just to ensure, we are on the amendment as presented yesterday, and what this worksheet does, I don't have my glasses. I think I must be in there. So on the column A, B, and C, you have the substitute bill and the specific page and agency or department and the description of the appropriation. On column BB is the general fund substitute bill and the appropriation for that agency and where you can find it in the bill. And that's in green. In column B, C, those are the amendments that have been made so far in the budget bill that were voted on and approved by the body. And in column B, D, those are the general fund existing floor amendment changes. So you'll see the change of the result of the amendment in BC. In BE is the resulting change. In BF is the general fund substitute bill 58 as of 8/26/2009 yesterday. In BG, amendments to be proposed by the committee and the notes. And those actually, most of this are what you have yesterday that was passed out. So if you take a look at the amendments that are being proposed in here, you'll see the changes that we proposed yesterday. And in BH and BI to BL, you'll see the general fund existing floor amendment impact to the substitute bill 58. And so if those amendments that were proposed yesterday, and the amendments that are being proposed yesterday and will be done, is that it would fund, the special fund pay, and the for the three departments of Guam Fire Department, the Department of Corrections, and of course the Guam Police Department. So these are the changes in the amendment that was presented yesterday. So if all of those changes do occur and are passed, you will come to the bottom line on the third page, where you will show a final appropriation if the amendments are passed, and the amendments need to be passed if we want to pay the special pay and the 10% overtime. You will see that our total appropriation would be $540,218,638 with a surplus of $2,853. You'll see on column BF the 13 million on the bottom line there, 721,853, and that is the difference. That is the over appropriation by counting MIP twice. So if we zero out the MIP to be a single appropriation, you will have a appropriation level of 540,218,638. Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, I know early on I had made a general amendment that where we were able to make some reductions, and based on some of it could be technical and some were just, simple reductions, is that those were supposed to be calculated and kind of set aside for education. So I'd like to know what has happened basically to those monies that were kind of set aside.
Thank you very much. I think the total appropriation of that was about 60,000. Somewhere in that, I don't have the exact number. But what we needed to do, Madam Speaker.
Is to take it.
Yes, we did. We had it just flow to the bottom of the general fund revenues, and then when we had to make adjustments because of the miscalculation, misallocation of the special pay, hazard pay, and all that, we needed to take that, and we recommending, and it's part of our amendment that would be allocated to the three departments for the payment of the 10%, to help pay for the 10% and the hazardous pay, special pay, and other holiday pay for the big three, as I call them.
Okay, so then the other question is
my sincere apologies.
Well, I'm going to have to figure out now what to do here, but let me ask you this question then. You have on column BF, where you have a general fund substitute bill as of 8/26.
Right.
So there's a possibility that there could be other amendments or adjustments actually being made that could very well, again, continue to change. So this is like a fluid amount that we're looking at throughout the budget. Is that?
Yes, that is correct. That is the total amount that is in the bill, and that's why when you go to page 3 on that, you'll see that the bottom line is still the 553 because we haven't passed the amendment to reduce the MIP yet.
Oh, I see. I understand then. Okay, so that would have to be made. The other, and maybe my last question now would be, and I thank you very much for this spreadsheet. It really helps, clarify a lot of the questions that we have in mind. But I think maybe what would be important is to include another column that would make it a lot easier for us, because what I've done is that I've actually had to take out this year's budget for every one of the departments, so I can just kind of do a cross-check what it was last year and then what it will be this year, whether there's going to be a decrease, a level, same level, or an increase. And is that possible, or it makes it a little bit more difficult on your spreadsheet just to add that one column before BB and to maybe have one right next to it so we can just do a comparison? I think it's important because
I can't do that and,
don't-
and move through with this at this time. So,
do you have it anywhere that I could just quickly? I mean, well, I think it's also important because
Is
I
there
know
a
every one of our colleagues here are always looking at, certain department agencies and just say, we would like to be able to support their efforts. Some we've given a lot more than even what they're requested for. The rationale for that, I'm not privy to. Maybe because we just always felt that maybe for the past years we've just always underfunded them, and that maybe this time we want to be able to give them a lot more.
yes, but
Do you
that,
see where I'm coming from? Only because then there is this, in, like I said, in my general amendment, is that was supposed to be a collection basically to build so that to be able then to make the amendment to appropriate those monies to the principal mentorship program.
right.
And it makes it very difficult then now to do that when the amendments I've made have now just gone to, like you say, the big three, I suppose, in
Well,
this case.
We gave the big one more money than they asked for.
Yes,
more
so,
money than
and that's why I think it's important to.
than was
I like to
proposed.
be able to look at that and see
Yes.
the difference because
Well, we
I
could-
mean not to reduce to the level lower than at least what they're requesting for. I think that speaks a lot of to the body when we give them a lot more but definitely not below. So maybe we can just do an individual analysis of that.
Madam Speaker, if you go to the BBMR website, maybe one of your staff, they have the monthly comparative financial report that shows what was last year and what they're getting. So the other thing is, of course, if we pull up 29113, we'll see the budget and what was budgeted for education, what was budgeted for some of the agencies there, and we can easily compare that. I just can't put that together for you right now today. I mean, but it's there. The information is there in 29113 and in the reports that are being submitted by BBMR. Yeah, yeah. So we could probably pull up one of those comparison reports for you and give them to you, but they're on the web, and we'll try to pull that up and it'll show you what was appropriated and so forth. So I have Senator Uggan.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Remember,
Chair.
we are. This is to assist us in the discussion of the amendment that was proposed, and to show you that if the amendments are passed, that we will. This budget is not an unbalanced budget. It will balance with the revenues that are adopted, and it will have a very, very small surplus comparative to the total revenue. So. I have Senator Uggan. Again, the appropriation that was presented yesterday, which we're on, is one that increases the object line categories in the pay category and benefits category for Guam Police, Guam Fire, and Department of Corrections, and the adjustments of the reductions in the agency budgets are what you will see in the last two columns there. And so, Senator Uggan, I saw your hand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I can beg your indulgence, and just so that, in fact, there's clarification in terms of the allocation to some of the agencies that obviously I have direct oversight over. I'm looking at Section 4 in the proposed amendment, subsection A.
Okay.
Now, that would provide for, under the contractual object class category, under the Department of Public Health and Social Services, a slight reduction of $250,000.
Correct.
Now, that's going to be just primarily in the contractual.
Correct.
Based on the sheet that you provided before us, there's
Yes.
that 15.8. And I think when it comes to reducing the MIP allocation, I think is more or less what we had discussed on a side note yesterday. It's more or less clarifying that, in fact, that $15 million is part and parcel of the overall primary appropriations under miscellaneous of $47 million.
That is
so
correct.
it's not taking away necessarily, but it was already incorporated into the $47 million. Otherwise, it would be an additional MIP allocation.
That is
So
correct.
just
Yeah.
wanted to clarify that. But in terms of the reduction, the slight reduction of 250,000, that's primarily for the contractual category. Now I'm looking at a different figure here, Mr. Speaker, that reflects 400,124. Can I just get a
Which one?
in your sheet under
Yeah.
public health,
Okay.
line 27. We're looking at the first figure was 15.8. That's the MIP clarification
On the sheet. Which
on your
line?
worksheet.
Okay. Which
Okay.
line?
And then the next numerical number is 400,124. And I was wondering if I can get a clarification as to exactly what that is, because I don't see it in the proposed amendment, unless it was an amendment.
Yeah. Let me have Chris respond to you
Please.
on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator, the 400,124 were vacancies. They were in the vacancy pool. So the majority of those positions were for the community health center, which we're going to split. We're going to propose an amendment to split the medicines and have 400,000 for medicine and 132 for vacancies.
So we don't
Specifically-
have that proposed amendment before us right now. We're not
Not yet.
discussing that issue.
Not yet.
That one is a separate amendment.
Right.
Okay. And then also to clarify the slight reduction in 256,000, I think that there really has to be a general acknowledgement in terms of how this is presented. It's a slight reduction on the budget document that we are working with, but it is not a reduction in the overall allocation versus fiscal year 2009. It's
That's
the eventual final figure. If this passes and it remains status quo, then the allocation under the contractual with public health would reflect an increased figure amount in 2010 versus 09.
That's correct. It'll actually be about a $3 million increase. So
Okay.
public health is getting approximately $3 million increase in the contractual, and that is for the senior citizen overall budget,
Yes.
of which a large portion is in contractual, and that is to cover the senior citizen meals program, the senior citizen legal program, because there's been a slight reduction on the federal side. And so in the budget that was sent down by the governor, and granted it was sent down in January under a ceiling guideline, that division was short by over
Right.
1.5, 1.6. So we increased that and covered them fully. And even with this reduction, those items for the senior citizen program are still covered.
Okay. I just wanted to ensure that the public has that
Yes.
information and they understand that although it's a slight reduction based on the numerical figures that are in Substitute Bill 58, it's not a reduction from fiscal year 09's allocation.
Correct.
Now, if also, Mr. Speaker, on line 33, we're looking at mental health, a adjusted figure of 255 and 196, and that would be reflected under the contractual category. And then I'm looking at the 883 200. Can I just get a clarification on that?
Yes. That'll be in the next amendment as well, but what that is there was a double appropriation for the detox and rehab program. So within their section, there's an appropriation for $565,000, and within their budget there was an appropriation for $883,000 for the same thing. And so what we did was we upped in the amendment. We're going to increase the separate appropriation from 565 to 883, and then the balance will drop to cover the other.
Yeah.
But
in fact-
wouldn't the balance or the reduction, the overall numerical reduction, wouldn't that reflect the 555, not the 883?
Well, we wanted to fund
Because
what they was in
remember,
their
Mr.
budget.
Speaker, we were discussing this previously
But
about
what-
swapping the numbers.
It's kind of like the MIP issue, in that when mental health submitted the budget down, I think originally, the detox program was broken out separately in the January submittal, and the submittal that was cleared by BBMR did not have the MIP, the detox program in the overall budget, so it was separated out, much like we have with the MIP program. So when mental health came back a second round, so we allowed them to come back because they said, we needed to present more information. So when they came back down and resubmitted their budget, they took that detox program and they put it into their overall request and added another 200, 300 for Oasis, Lighthouse, and so forth. And so when they submitted then their overall budget, that included the 556 plus the other 300,000 for those programs and put it in their budget. And so we approved that request to give them that one, which included this separate appropriation. So what we've done is we've extracted that appropriation for the detox program, Oasis, Lighthouse, and took it out of their general requests because over half of it, the 556, is funded in another subsection of the mental health appropriation. And so what we did was we kept the 800 because it included the other programs, and we took the 565, and that's what we're moving to cover the special pay, holiday pay, and so forth.
Okay,
for the
then
big
in
three.
terms of looking at that, so the overall reduction under the detox category would be the 883, Mr. Speaker, not the 555 figure?
No, we're taking the 555. So if you take a look at line 34, we will increase the 565 appropriation
Okay.
by 318,144.
Okay, so that's
So-
where the offset is.
Right.
So
then
basically, it's
the
a
total
reduction of
appropriate-
555, not
Right.
the 883.
Correct.
Okay.
So then the
Okay.
total appropriation for the detox program and the other programs is 883,200.
All right.
Yeah.
One other question, if I may, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the reasons why I'm trying to figure out whether the view is much better from this area, Mr. Speaker, than from my frontal seat. Okay, looking at the allocation for GFD, obviously the re-evaluation of the figures for public safety agencies.
Right.
We have been discussing this entire budgetary process with the numbers prepared by your committee over the course of the last 2 weeks.
That's correct.
And my only question here is, based on our budget discussions, I'm sure that the representatives from the executive branch, and I'm glad that they took the initiative to work with OFB and yourself over the weekend to try to reconcile some of the numbers, but they already were privy 2 weeks ago when this budget was presented to this entire body of the numbers allocated for Guam Fire Department, for the Guam Police Department, and for the Department of Corrections. My only concern is, why did it take a week and a half or 2 weeks to be able to present that concern or that discrepancy to meet actual minimum requirements for personnel inclusive of the 10% allotment? That is a question that I have, because the way I look at it is, you've got BBMR that's looking at the figures, looking at the overall numbers. You have individualized agencies, the Guam Police Department with the chief, you have Department of Corrections, and then you also have the Fire Department. I would think that if I were the chief in any of these departments and agencies, I need to know and understand what that figure is. Now, if it doesn't meet my minimum requirement, exclusive of the 10% adjustment, Mr. Speaker, if it doesn't meet my minimum personnel requirement, it's got to raise a red flag. And go directly to the front office and say, excuse me, please, we need to reconcile these numbers. We need to bring it to the attention of the chairman of finance so that, in fact, we can get these numbers readjusted. That is really a question that I have as to why now and not 3 days after the budget was presented to this body.
I can't answer.
I don't think you're in a position to respond to that,
No,
Mr.
it wouldn't
Speaker,
be me that will answer that. But I want to tell you that as soon as BBMR, we were a little bit stubborn in the beginning. I'll tell you, I was, because we looked at those positions, we looked at those descriptions, we looked and made sure the first 10 was in. We bumped up the second 10. We plugged in the benefits and we bumped it up again. And so when they initially came and said, this thing doesn't work, and I said, but these are the steps I've taken, and it shows that I did plug in that 10%. And then we just sat down finally and said, let's meet, let's do this, and they were able to walk us where The biggest problem was when we looked at base pay, we thought base pay was base pay. And so when we calculated base pay, it was too much, and we did a little bit of a reduction because we wanted to give the other agencies more money. And if we were appropriating too much for that based upon the calculations, then we wanted to give some of the resources to the other agencies that were short. And when we walked through it and they said, sorry, base pay is not base pay, it's base pay plus. And that's when I said, okay, and what are those pluses? And that's when they said 106 hours, 14 hours, holiday pay. But I said, that's not base, that's overtime and special pay, which is there's a separate line for. And they go, no, that's special overtime and special pay, special pay. It really was trying to resolve and get all of the pay elements. And we asked, and I want to, again, just recognize the director of BBMR and even the director of administration, because when they started telling us about that base pay, we asked them, we want to verify this ourselves. So we asked for the pay records. There were 24,000 pay records for GPD alone. And we went through every single one of those. We plugged into a spreadsheet. We filtered them to tell us which officer is getting special pay, which officer gets special pay on top of holiday pay, and we did that thing for year to date. By the time we finished looking at all the pay records with all the special pay, holiday pay, they get it 1 week, they don't get it the next because their shift changed. I think we looked at, according to DOA, 240,000 pay records. And I'll tell you, DOA put this report for us in like 2 days or a day and a half. And that was starting last Thursday. So that's the detail we went into to try to make sure that we don't go back and cut anybody, because that we got this special pay correctly. And we got the 10% correctly, and we got who is supposed to get this. We found that, for example, the 14-hour overtime for firefighters, it's supposed to be that if you don't work the 106 in any pay period, you don't get that 14. And everybody works 106.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that
So
obviously I didn't want to put you as a chair in a position to be able to respond to that. But when you look at numbers, and right now I'm looking at hard numbers presented in this worksheet of about $5 million to address personnel salary and to address benefits for the Guam Fire Department. That is a tremendous discrepancy. And I would think that a good portion of that would have or is required to take care of existing personnel at the present level and not inclusive of the 10%. I'm looking at the Department of Corrections of $950,000 discrepancy in that particular case. And then also the Guam Police Department of $1.1 million. But, in the end, it was reconciled, and you have now, and you feel comfortable that, in fact, this reflects the requirements, the minimum requirements set out by law of taking care of the personnel, and then also providing for that 10% adjustment in fiscal year 10. So I think that's the comfort that I have at this point in time. And then one final question, Mr. Speaker, if I may. GFD on the third page, GFD, GPD, and DOC. Now you have a $3.7 million amendment. That's incorporated in here, I take it.
No, it's a second amendment that we're going to be presenting.
That's going to be presented. Okay, so it's not reflective of the regular salary and the benefits?
No, that will be special pay, 10% isolated.
Now, how
but
are
it is on top of special pay.
Okay, do we have any information on how the autonomous agencies anticipate to implement the 10%? Or do they have any reservation?
No.
Because obviously that's not part of the GF requirement in the special fund.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Ogden. Senator Ada, I saw your hand up.
Regarding that 10% pay increase for public safety, fire, and those agencies, can you just clarify, was the 10% that was being budgeted for this year a compounded figure from last year, or was it, or did we? It is?
It was.
Okay, because I guess my reading of that law that
statute?
was that the base number was the whatever that base salary was or compensation in 2007, I guess.
Correct. 2008.
Right. So they added the first 10%.
Correct.
And the way I was reading it was that it was going to be then that fixed amount was going to be added on every year for the next 4 years. So it wasn't really a compounding. It wasn't
Correct.
Right.
That's correct. Well, that's one interpretation. DOA, in paying it out, is interpreting it differently.
Okay, and I guess the reason why I asked that because just a quick back of the envelope calculation seems that if we were to compute it based on a compounded fashion, we're talking about maybe a difference of about maybe a couple of $1 million. No. Versus if we figured out what was that 10% increment to be added on every year, but it's actually a fixed amount.
Yeah, well, you come back, right?
Yeah, it's always based on that base number.
Yeah.
So I'm just, it's in the end, it's a 6% difference, but 6% of, I used the figure, I think 30 million if you add up just a quick number.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is a couple of $1 million
But
that I'm sure DOE would like to have.
But that's the payroll, and that's how they're calculating the payroll. So, I hate to say it. Yeah. So, I'm just letting you know that is the submittal of what is required based upon how they've calculated, and they are compounding that 10%.
Well, then it just appears then that that's really going to be contrary to the law because the law is very specific, is very clear that at the end of the second year, the increase would have been 20% in the aggregate, but if we compound it, we'll find that it was really more like 20+%.
Correct. And I think we can ask the Attorney General to review the compounding and issue a directive then based upon the law. So we could do that. Senator Palacios?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the question raised by the last speaker, of course, I have here the statute he shared it with me. And when we implemented the 40%, right there, it says here that each percentage increase shall be based on rates of compensation on September 30, 2008. And I think when we debated, that was actually, in other words, it would have been 40% at that time. So instead of giving it all together, let's calculate what is 40% so that when we come back for the next three times, it will still be based on what was that rate at that time. I think that is, of course, and it's clear here. Another comment with respect to including, the base salary benefits. That may be right in the interpretation, but you know that the original intent here actually is to base only on basic pay. And the provision on sub-item A with that, which mandated the Department of Administration to do the study, it says here, of course, that the review shall develop a compensation plan which treats all aspects of compensation, base salary, benefits, pay differential, and other factors. That has specific applications when you're studying the different positions so that you can be equitable. If this has a leave and this one not, you have to take that into consideration in adjusting the base pay. But I think they use the term here, compensation plan, to apply that 40% under the subsection E, and treats all of it. But actually, the study actually mandates that DOA considers all of that in arriving at an equitable compensation plan throughout the law enforcement community. So there's actually their interpretation is of course more advantageous to the law enforcement community, which I will not object, but I remember because of the study, that was my bill in the 27 Guam Legislature. So at any rate, I'm not going to argue with that, but I'm just trying to now see where the interpretation include those things.
Yeah.
On which the 10% is to be calculated.
Yeah.
So I'd like to share that with you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Any other comments on the amendment? Senator Spordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the same topic that, and I was going to raise the same issue also, because I remember you succinctly saying that yesterday, in essence that, without explicitly saying we're compounding, you're basically saying you took 10% off the 10%, 10% of the 10% from last year that was added on to the base.
That's correct.
And again, that definitely caught my attention, because I remember that when we were going into that whole discussion about raising the pay, it was 40% on the base pay at the time of September 2008 or something like that. And now you're saying that the DOA is the one who have now miscalculated or have not done that calculation according to what the intent that we expressed during that pay proceeding back last year.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that when we looked at it based upon how and what they are applying it to, this is the payroll that's required to pay it. And they've been
even if it's mistaken?
But they've been doing that this year.
I'm sorry?
They've been doing that this year.
Yeah, but if they're in the wrong, according to what we know was the policy that we had established, right, then what is the recourse? We can't just keep giving them based on, extra money based upon an unintentional mistake or maybe an intentional doing, right? Because we have set the policy, and I think we all understood, all of us who voted for that, all understood what this entailed, and this was supposed to be 40% in the aggregate as opposed to compounded every year for the next 4 years. I guess the question then begs is that if you have that communication with them, how do they perceive to proceed in terms of reaching that 40% total aggregate over the 4 years? Are they going to have a diminishing increment, as opposed to 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, which was the original intention, 10% on top of the September, or are they going to have a 10%, 10%, and then go down maybe, it would probably be in my mind real fast, maybe about 8-point-something% in the third year, and then probably go down to another 8-point-something, if not 7-point-something% on that fourth year. And again, has that question been asked of DOA to find out how they plan to implement that? Because again, it's just not consistent with what my reading of the law is, and I'm not really sure how we even got to this point. So the question then begs us is that how do we handle that to make sure that it reflects the policy that we had set?
Well, we asked, how do you read the law, and how are you implementing the law? And this is their interpretation of how the law reads, and based upon their understanding of the personnel rules and regulations, once that law was passed and their reading of it, this is how they would apply it. So if we think they're wrong, then I think we need to, as a body, figure out either we introduce a bill to completely clarify it with our own calculations, or, somehow we get an independent third party to verify. But this was when we asked that, this was the response we got, and this is the response that the number they gave us if they calculated according to how they administer personnel rules and regulations. So that's really what I can say to that matter.
So to be able to rectify that, considering that that particular bill had a public hearing in the last legislature,
right,
we could make that amendment on this budget bill, knowing full well that has been addressed. Because this has been a topic that we've discussed already, and it has had a public hearing, and the whole issue of the pay raise came in, and if they're applying the wrong standard, then they're applying the wrong standard. And we need to make sure as the body that's in charge of the budgeting of the revenues of this government, if they're misapplying that
Right.
budget, then we need to make that call in terms of, and call them on it.
Right. Well, I think then what we need to do is either the AG issues an opinion, whether the way DOA is doing it is correct, or we amend the law. And so those are the two options we would have with regards to implementing our intention.
Well, then is it proper then to ask that this body, as chairman, to ask to go ahead and ask for an opinion from the AG before we take a vote? Because again,
Well,
we are talking about
you know,
a
Senator Espinosa-
couple $1 million here, right? And then, you know, a couple $1 million means that we could actually put in baseball lights down in Talafofo and in Rahan and PD.
Yeah.
And work on other projects that are more community oriented, because when you start talking of difference, a couple $1 million, that's
No,
significant.
let me just clarify. It's not a couple of $1 million today.
Okay.
It could be a couple $1 million over the life over the 4-year period. The difference in compounding this for this first compounding is about $200-some thousand.
$200-some thousand, Mr. Chair, would put lights in the baseball field in Talafofo, Inarahan, and PD.
Right, I agree. So I would say that we could decide whether or not you want to vote on this, ask the AG an opinion, and then there's still a whole month before we start spending this money. So we could pass this, fund a request so that its payroll is funded. The AG has 30 days based upon, from now to October 1st, after we pass the budget. And if the AG interprets it differently, then they issue the opinion to the Department of Administration before October 1st kicks in, and they make the adjustment. That
Now-
would be one way of doing it, where the money is not spent because we have 30 days.
Okay.
I'll come back to this discussion. I think Speaker Wampat wanted to make a small.
Just make one remark, just one.
Well, then, if
one
you're going to
second
do that,
remark.
hold on. If you're going to do that, then I'm going to let him finish.
Well, again, then I do formally make this request to you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, that you do engage the opinion of the Attorney General on this matter now. And then, yes, if we don't include it as part of this budget bill, at least we'll have it in time for the beginning of the fiscal year so that we can make the proper adjustments and perhaps get some other necessary equipment down to some of the ball fields around the island.
The other thing is you could underfund it now, make an amendment to delete whatever
Right.
that 10% compounding is now,
Okay.
underfund it purposely, given that question,
Okay.
and then come back later.
I appreciate that, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman. Thank you.
I'd like to suggest a quick solution to that, Mr. Chairman, and
Yes.
I am serious about this. I'm prepared to make an amendment to actually just base the 40% on base pay, not on the compensation package, in the way that when I introduced the bill and we debated it, it was actually the intention of this legislature that the 40% be based on, say, $15 an hour, not including hazardous pay, overtime pay. I mean, I didn't envision that at that time. And I say I because that was my view, and I was the author of that with the help of Senator Klitsky.
Okay.
So I will make that amendment to clarify and make it effective on the second increment of the 10%, that it be based on the base pay and the basic base wage effective September 30, 2008.
Okay. We'll consider that.
Yes, sir.
And Speaker Wampat, I'm sorry. Did you want to make a
I
announcement?
was going to, but they decided to go ahead and do it elsewhere, so we can go ahead and continue
Okay.
then.
All right. I
but-
apologize.
No, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt for that, but I do like to participate in the discussion.
Okay.
However, in support of the previous speaker, from Ordet, because I think that was a very big discussion we had last year when that first came up, and the discussion was base versus all these extra pays, and I don't know if it would help. I know the author, one of the author of that particular bill, had said that it was through the base, and would it help if by chance to maybe ask the clerks if they can pull out the journal that actually discusses that, so then we can go back to the basis in terms of how we wanted the 10% to be calculated. And I don't know whether DOA had participated or provided some input in terms of the calculation, because I think if I remember correctly that they too had questioned that and had written a letter. It came to my office and had two different calculations if it was going to go one or the other. So I don't know, Mr. Chairman, how you want to proceed, but I think it's important that we take a look at exactly what was the intent of what it is that this legislature wanted us to do.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Ada? Senator Cabo?
You think? Oh,
Yeah, I can call back.
No, it just seems that we are at a point now whether we need to decide whether we want to make those changes here now or proceed with what we got.
Right.
And acknowledge the fact in the bill that we have recognized that there seems to be this discrepancy, and then have it corrected, along the way. But let's move with what we got. So
Yeah, I think we need to either decide to fund it or not fund it.
Oh no, and I'm suggesting let's just go with what we have now, fund it,
Right.
but make it very clear in the bill that it has been recognized that it appears that there's this discrepancy, or
Okay.
however that's going to be resolved, and we'll resolve it along the way before we get
Okay.
too far into it.
Senator Cabo.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and first I want to congratulate you. I see what you need to do in terms of trying to get the budget balanced and looking in these areas, particular to potential shortfalls in pay. Again, my concern goes back to the earlier senator. We're talking substantial appropriations, and if there is a misinterpretation of the application of these salary increases, it could result in some employees being overpaid, and I mean it's a big. I have some concerns in that, and I know we're kind of pressed for time. I'm wondering, and as we deliberate on this, maybe some communication can be made to the Attorney General's office over the next couple of hours as we deliberate on the bill, so that she could chime in and on her opinion in this matter. And just because you're looking at substantive increases in these law enforcement agencies, which I have no problem with, but there's also certain reductions, and I thank you for your explanations on the reductions on the other areas, judiciary, the mayors, UOG, mental health, and DPW. And those have some, there's going to be issues with that as well. And maybe I think the best thing to do is to get that opinion, and if it can be rendered within a reasonable amount of time, it can clarify things so that we don't have to come back to it. Again, that's just a recommendation of myself.
So there's no motion.
I would recommend, and I'm making a motion, if you could request an opinion from the Attorney General in particular this matter, so it can guide the body in so that if we're to pass this amendment, that will have at least the weight of the opinion of the Attorney General backing it.
So the amendment would be to add to the amendment a request for the Attorney General's opinion to determine the actual
No, I'm requesting
application.
that the body withhold movement in passing this amendment, and until we can get an opinion from the Attorney General. And that, I think that is a wise and prudent thing to do.
There's a motion to table this. I'm telling you, we need to pass the budget by August 31st. Mm-hmm. The effect of the compounding issue, I guess is that the only issue? Because the issue is, are we going to budget the special pay? Because it's not only the 10% on the special pay. The amendment is to reinstate the special pay also, because that was part, when we calculated it, we thought it was part of the base, and we reduced the base. So there is the issue of the special pay themselves. So whether or not they're compounded or 10% is applied, the amendment is to reinstate that special pay as part of the base pay.
Yeah.
Because, and so that is what the amendment proposes.
Yeah.
And then the second amendment is the 10%. Do we pay 10% on the special pay? But this amendment is to reinstate the special pay that we took out, because when we looked at the base pay, it did not, it included the special pay. We were not told that. We did not know that. So we reduced the appropriation for salaries to be what I call to be the true base, based upon the position description, the salary, the step of the person occupying that. It's a $46,000 position. So when we looked at the staffing pattern, it was 46. So we multiplied 46 by 280, and that was the pay. The problem was that $46 or 46,000 did not include 5,000 in special pay, because they had built it into the base. And when we looked at it, we said no, because if you take a look at 46,000 times 280, it doesn't equal to what you have budgeted here. You're over budget. So we reduced some of that, because in the second line, there was a line for overtime special pay, and we thought all the special pay is in that line. But no, because the special pay, especially for fire, the 106 and the 104 is in the base, but they don't apply. They don't tell us it's base plus. So there is a time when a firefighter will earn that 14 hours of automatic pay and still get overtime. And that's what that second line is of object category 1112 is overtime, hazard pay, special pay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
So the
Chair.
amendment is to bring back, and we don't have to bring back all of it, or in the original amendment, we had built in the second 10 in there. So part of the special pay is covered, but not all of it, because it's not enough from just the compounding of the 10.
You know, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the reason why I'm asking this, you take a look at this amendment that has been proffered. We've been working weeks on this budget, and I want to thank you for your hard work and diligence in the Office of Finance and Budget. But here we have an amendment that, for all intents and purposes, increases appropriations to agencies of about almost $7.5 million. Most of those increases in those agencies, again, the public safety agencies, have to deal with issues and personnel that there's still a big question mark. We've also had about almost $3.6 million in reductions on a lot of other agencies, particularly some of them judiciary, some dealing them with health and safety as well. This is a significant amendment in front of this body, and I know that we're all pressed for time. But at the same time, with an amendment of this magnitude, where you're making multi-million-dollar increases in appropriations in one area and multi-million-dollar decreases in other areas, and it's all predicated still on a question mark, and some of it dealing with legality, I think it's wise and incumbent that we get an opinion from the chief law enforcement officer of this island. I think it's the wise and prudent way to proceed in this thing. And of course, that is what my recommendation, and not my recommendation, my motion. I'd like to move to we can recess for a bit, or we can come back or we could go to other amendments. And while we're going to other amendments, in fact, you know what would probably be better? The initial concern I had, and we talked about it yesterday, was on the original the imbalance that we saw as a result of, and from what our findings and yours look like, it's probably in the area of public health and MIP. If we could work on maybe balancing that aspect of it out, and then with that amendment, and then while we're working on that, getting the rendering of an opinion from an attorney general. So when we have this significant amendment comes about, we would have some clarity potentially on the legal ramifications.
Thank you. Again, I understand exactly what you're saying. The one thing I want to hone in on is that the amendment that's being proposed is to put back the special pay, not the compounding of it, not the 10% on it, but just the special pay itself. Because when we took a look at the base pay, we thought that that was the payment. The problem was the base pay included the special pay. Whether or not we pay 10% of that is immaterial to the amendment being proposed. If we don't, this amendment would be to reinstate that special pay payments that they're earning. Whether or not they're getting 10% of that is another question, or should they be getting it is another question. The question is, the $13 million that is in there does not cover the special pay that they normally earn. And the reason why it didn't cover it, because when we looked at the base pay, we thought it was just base. So when we looked at their line and they said base pay is 17, and we looked at the position description, the grade, and the pay scale, and we multiplied by the number of individuals times the number of hours, we came out with 14. And so we said they're over budget by 3. So we took that 3 and gave it to the other departments and agencies that we felt needed the increase. Now, they came back and said, no, in that base is not included this. In your calculation, you didn't include the base plus the special pay. And so this amendment takes back and puts in that plus. And it's regardless of whether or not we compound that, we're going to have to pay that special pay. So that is what this amendment proposes to do. Senator Espadon, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand, and thank you for that clarity. But I guess the question that then comes to mind, and again, I look to you having been in this body for a number of terms and have been intrinsically involved with the budget process every single time. In your opinion, is that the proper pay scale, I should say, which would be the base pay plus special pay?
For the 10%.
Plus, well, not necessarily for the 10%, but just as the pay itself. In other words,
Yes.
Within that special pay, we're talking about overtime, we're talking night differential, and things like that. And you're saying everybody gets it, in essence, as part of their base pay, right? And then there's another provision that allows for even more night differential plus overtime. And so it's almost like a double charging. Mm-hmm. Is that the understanding of this is how our payments or our salary structure for this particular department, and maybe any other departments who might have similar types of arrangements, is this the way it's supposed to be according to your understanding of how it may have been done over the years, but is this the way that it's supposed to be?
It is the way that the certifying officers certify that the hours they work qualify them to be paid for this special pay. So are they supposed to earn that additional 14 hours overtime after having worked 106? They have to certify that they've earned the 106, and once they earn the 106, if that's certified, then they get the 14. The payroll officers in these departments and agencies have to certify to that. And if that is certified, then yes, that's the way they should be paid. So I'm not saying that these guys aren't earning their money. Everybody is certifying that they earn their money because they work the requisite hours and the requisite schedule to be paid that amount. Now, whether it should be like that is another policy call. But I am certain that the money we're budgeting to pay these pays have to be earned and have to be certified in order to be paid out.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
That's
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. So if we're worried about the compounding of the 10%, that's in the next amendment. So if we're saying we shouldn't add 10% on the special pay and so forth, we can address that in the next amendment, which is the 10% for these departments and agencies. But this is to return them to those special pay categories, and we have to do that.
Pardon if you agree, Mr. Speaker, then I can still offer an amendment to clarify how the 10% is going to be calculated from what.
Yes, and I think
That will be forthcoming today, this morning.
I would.
No, I asked our legal counsel to draft me the.
Okay.
And just to make sure that the 10% is based on the basic wage effective on September 30, 2008.
Okay. All right.
Excluding, and now I can be specific, excluding night differential, hazardous pay, and any other pay.
Chris,
And then, of course, the calculation is, I
Right.
don't know how it's going to be calculated.
Right.
It shouldn't be difficult. And I mean, we're just going to have to remove the hazardous pay from the
Right.
fire's base pay. They just
let
include
me have Chris just address that
Yes,
issue
sir.
because we read this thing forwards and backwards to make sure that that 10% is being applied to only the authorized categories. So, and we spent literally days and nights on this.
So in order to exclude the special pay from the 10%, I think the statute would have to be changed because
That's
the
my
special
suggestion.
pay is driven off of the base pay.
No, but that's why that's the amendment. That's what my amendment would do in the next 5 minutes. Is to propose an amendment to clarify that essentially.
But that would be on the next amendment because that's where the 10%
On the next amendment today. though.
appropriation is, yes.
Yeah, today.
Yeah, this is to reinstate that special
I
pay.
understand, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
All right.
And first we have to reinstate.
Yes.
Then comes in the
10%.
10% on what it would be based.
Right, and
Okay.
where that is being funded from, where the change is.
So okay, thank you.
All right? So on this amendment, to make these changes, to reinstate the special pay, not considering the compounding of the 10% on it, I'm offering this amendment that would, and I'm asking for, are there any objections, Senator Espadon?
Mr. Chair, when you're saying this amendment, we're talking about the amendment that was proffered yesterday on these two
That's
pieces
correct.
of paper?
That's correct.
Now, was there dividing of the question on this one? Or
No.
Once we vote for this, we vote everything that's on
Yes.
these two pages?
That's correct.
We're
Because
affirming it or
we can't raise
denying?
it without reducing someplace else, so, because we want to be balanced.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
So, on the amendment, is there any objection? No objection? The amendment carries. All right. We'll take a short recess. All right. I told you, Chris. Okay. All right. Did we pass on it? Yeah. The legislature is back in session. The second amendment, which I have, which has been passed out. Oh, I'm sorry. Is an amendment once again that would add a new 3 to end chapter 5, part 1, section 1. And that would be the law enforcement second 10% increase for the Guam Police Department. The second amendment would be a new 3 to O of chapter 5, part 1, section 1. These are the appropriations, ladies and gentlemen, to the specific agencies. And this would be for the Department of Corrections, and that would be to add an appropriation of $1,343,933 for GPD, an appropriation of $873,718 for Department of Corrections, and the third amendment would be to add a new 3 to CC of Chapter 5, Part 1, Section 1. And again, this is the 10% compensation requirement in Public Law 29-105. And that would to add an appropriation of $1,537,942. The second portion of the amendment would then be the reduction in appropriations made earlier to fund these new appropriations. And that would be the appropriation for the contractual object class 230 on page 34, line 22, is reduced to read 3,750,877. And then that appropriation, the reduction is used to fund the appropriations contained in the first part. The second subsection B there is that on page 128, line 17, the original appropriation of $13,370,256 is reduced to read $11,736,120,130, and this is for the I'm sorry. This is the appropriation for the supplemental annuity for the Governor of Guam retirees. We reduced this amount from the original appropriation. The original appropriation included the payments by the autonomous agencies, and the autonomous agencies are paying their own supplemental.
You're talking about A?
Yeah.
That's the mental health.
No, I'm sorry, B. So when the budget was sent down, the $13 million figure contained in the budget included the payment for all retirees, including the autonomous agencies. And the autonomous agencies are paying their own supplemental for their own retirees. And that is the reduction there. We We received that information from the retirement fund. The second, or the subsection C, is the appropriation for medical and dental and life insurance health benefits. This appropriation was reduced from the original amount of $20,200,000 to $18,330,774. The reason why we came up with this number is that we went to the retirement fund and DOA and took a look at all of the enrollees in the health insurance program and then compared it to the new rates that went into place. This year we had the opportunity, and we then reduced the insurance premiums for those individuals based upon the new rates, and then we sent our number based on those calculations to Aon, which is the actuarial consultant for the Department of Administration on Health Insurance, and said, can we reasonably believe to deduct this amount, to reduce this amount, based upon the new insurance rates, based upon current enrollment, and based upon projected enrollment. And they responded to us that we could pick up this amount and reduce the appropriation by the from the 20 million to the 18 million. So we didn't just pull this out, we actually checked with DOA and checked with the actuarial consultants on that. And then the third appropriation, or fourth, I'm sorry, is to reduce the amount on page 131, line 9, chapter 10, H, and that is to read 700. This is for the reimbursement of Medicare Part D to the retirees, that if you are eligible for Medicare, you enroll in Medicare, we will reimburse your Medicare premium. And this number, it also came from the retirement fund. We had originally, the retirement fund requested the original number of 694,000, and we bumped it up to $1 million, just to be very conservative, because we thought we had extra money. Well, we don't have that much extra money, so we had to recover again and recoup this. So we reduced the 1 million to the 700,000, but it's still above what was requested in the original budget by the governor. And these reductions then go to fund the 10% for Guam Fire, Guam Police, and Department of Corrections that you have in the front. On the amendment, I have Senator Calvo and then Senator Uggan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So again, on the first page, we see additional appropriations for 10% increase in compensation for the Guam Police Department at $1,343,933.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have the next one, Department of Corrections, $873,718. And then Guam Fire Department, $1,537,942. And then we go to the second page.
That's correct.
The amendment shows, and I'm focusing, okay, Part A, contractual services is reduced to $3,750,877. What was it originally? I'm trying to look. What was the original appropriation?
The original appropriation for contractual, and this is the part. Yeah, this is the appropriation for public health. The way we did this, mental health.
Yeah.
The change in this is, as I explained earlier to Senator Uggan when he asked the question, was that in the mental health budget, they had for contractual budgeted $830,000 for detox programs and drug rehabilitation programs. And so that was about an $880,000 budget in their regular operation line. Below that appropriation, we had another appropriation for $565 for adult detox program. That $565 is part of the $830. So what we did was we reduced then the $830 and took it out of the mental health contractual, and then took the $565, which is a double appropriation because the 830 included the 565, and moved that to the base, to the 10%, and then we took the balance of that and added to the separate appropriation of 565 to bring the total appropriation for adult drug rehab program to the 880. So it's a net reduction of 318. The original appropriation under that category was 506. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the original appropriation is contained on no, I think Senator Carr was asking for the contractual and mental health. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Calvo,
Sure.
did you have this document? We passed
I'm
it out,
looking at-
or they may be just passing
Oh,
it
no, I don't
now?
have it yet. I have the, I'm trying to look at the spreadsheet here,
Yes.
and then your amendment, and then I'm just going through the pages of the budget. That's why, please, I beg your indulgence, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to do some, a reconciliation
Yes,
here.
I understand.
So that sheet will have the,
Yeah, the original appropriation for, under those categories, Senator Calvo, was for 1,099,600, and those were for various requirements, nonprofit orgs, drug and alcohol, and it had Guma Hinemlu at 72,000, the day treatment at 65, drug and alcohol at 883,200, and community services at 37, plus an appropriation of 41,200. And so that was the appropriation in that category, and we just extracted the 883.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
The day treatment, this one here.
Yeah.
Day treatment, 883.
Right, because that 883 includes on inside the budget we have a separate appropriation for 565. If you recall, for adult alcohol rehab program.
Yes.
Yeah. So that 883 included the 565.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're netting it out.
Right, we're netting it out.
Now, okay, then the next one, on page 128, line 17, you have a reduction to 11,736,120,
That's correct.
and that is for retiree supplemental annuity. Original amount was 13. There, I got
13.
13,370,256.
Yes,
And goes-
and that 13 million, when we asked for the detail from retirement, included autonomous agency retirees,
Okay.
not just general fund retirees.
Okay.
So we reduced the,
Taking the
yes,
okay.
and that's the reduction.
And then on page 130, line 14, that is
For health insurance,
And
life insurance,
okay. and
dental.
That, let me just follow the page here. Okay. Originally 20,200,000 down to 18,330,774.
That's correct.
774. And then lastly in 131,
Right. That's the Medicare Supplemental Part D reimbursement.
H and H, originally from 1 million down to 700,000.
Right.
Now-
The original request on that was 694.
And again, I don't have an adding machine here, but so if you were to add all these appropriations, the additions on the 10% compensation in 1, 2, and 3, which is for police department, corrections, and fire department, and then you would do the reductions on the other categories just mentioned, on contractual services, on supplemental, et cetera, it will be balanced, right? I mean, I'm just wondering, because I haven't done the addition and subtraction. If you get the first page and you add them all up,
That's correct.
and then you get the second page and you add them all up, it'll zero out.
It should. It will not increase the appropriation above 540.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Cabo. Senator Uggan on the amendment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, you know, when we passed the original amendment, just a few minutes ago, we looked at adjusting certain figures as it relates directly to the Guam Fire Department, the Guam Police Department, Department of Corrections. Now, based on this new amendment that is being proffered to add an additional 1.3 to the Police Department, 873,000 to Corrections, and then 1.5 for GFD. Now, this is solely to take care of the second increment of 10%.
Correct.
So the original amendment was to take care of the base requirement.
Correct. The special pay, base plus, which is the special pay.
Yes, base plus the special pay, and then this is the 10%.
Yes.
Because I was under the impression that the original amendment would have incorporated the second increment.
This is the second increment of the 10%.
You know, it just exacerbates my question that I raised a little earlier, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
It really just brings to light the question and the concern that I shared a little earlier. There's absolutely no need to regurgitate that.
Okay.
But looking
Thank you.
at this, I mean, the fire department, as a sole entity, $5 million.
Yes.
And then 1.5. So basically, they were $6.5 million shy of what their actual requirements would have been in fiscal year 2010.
Correct.
In the original numbers.
Correct.
And that was released 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And enough said, but okay, in this particular case, so basically these numbers, Mr. Speaker, is on page 3 in your worksheet.
Yes.
So it's not incorporated into the original budgetary allocation for the respective departments,
Correct.
public safety departments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you again for repeating the mental health allocation. It's kind of interesting how with the first proposal we went down to 4.1 and then we came out with a secondary amendment and went back down to 3.7. So I was just kind of following and tracking some of the allocations. But I think you explained it, you highlighted the supplemental annuity in terms of the overall requirement. So as long as the retirement fund recognizes that, in fact, that's the figure that it will be required for fiscal year 10. And
Yeah,
even that was somewhat a significant reduction. But I'll just leave it at that and no further questions in regards to the overall allocation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. All right. Thank you very. Yeah. Right. Thank you very much, Senator Organ. Any other members of the body wish to speak on the amendment? Any objection to the amendment? No objection. Oh, Senator Ada, were you going to place your?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've passed out a resolution, and it actually the resolution should be to add a new section in Chapter 13, Administrative Provisions.
Yes.
And the amendment reads as follows: notwithstanding.
Oh, hold on. If that's going to be put on, not on this one, then I'll just call for a vote on this one. There's no objection to the amendment? No amendment. Senator Ada, on your amendment then.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to proffer this amendment here to add a new section to Chapter 13, and it will read as follows. Notwithstanding the budgeted amounts for the Guam Police Department, Guam Fire Department, and the Department of Corrections for FY 2010, the Attorney General shall determine within 30 days of enactment of this Act if the current methodology used by these agencies or the Department of Administration in computing the 10% pay increases is in compliance with 10 GCA Section 55102. If the findings of the Attorney General conclude that current pay computation is not in compliance, the affected agencies shall make the necessary changes in methodology so that Section 55102 is complied with. So basically what the amendment is saying is, let's continue to move forward with what we have. Within 30 days upon enactment of this, the AG and the departments will go back, take a look at what it is that they're doing, and if it is incorrect, to make the corrections then and make the appropriate adjustments to the compensations that to that 10% pay increase. That, Mr. Chairman, is my amendment.
Thank you very much. On the amendment, I have Senator Palacios, Senator Uggan, and Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, of course, I support the amendment, but there may be a technical glitch. The Attorney General is a party to the 10%.
That's right.
It has investigators, so I don't know what methodology she uses, but I'm just pointing that out. That if she's going to determine, then just to bring that issue. But I accept the fact. I mean, I support the idea of. But I don't know whether the AG would be the appropriate
Well, she's the chief
I
legal.
point that out.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. No. Senator Ogden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand the intent of the proposed amendment. And you know, one thing that's very interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that I believe 2/3 of the members of this body were participants of the discussions of the original enactment of the pay raises for the law enforcement entities. And I think that if we just go back to that original intent, it was my understanding that it was going to be based on the base pay of the law enforcement personnel as of September 30th, 2008. As of that date, 10% adjustments will be appropriately applied, and then subsequent years, that same base pay would be utilized. But I find it very interesting how there's a difference in interpretation and implementation. And I'm really hopeful that prior to the implementation of this, Mr. Speaker, that the front office or the Department of Administration had sought legal interpretation of how the law should be implemented, because in this particular case, I think that the oversight chair for the law enforcement agencies, the previous speaker, certainly brought up a legitimate concern whether in fact it should be the Attorney General's office rather than Attorney General's office consulting appropriately with either, Civil Service Commission or Department of Administration in terms of, but I can read in between the lines, and I can see that in fact there's that assertion or assumption that perhaps the AG's office may have to reach out to some of these personnel experts so that they can provide appropriate interpretation of the original legislation. So I would like to also, I'm certainly not opposed to the amendment, but if I can suggest that the sponsor of the amendment, in conjunction with incorporating this into the budget, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps he present a copy of this amendment over to the Attorney General's office so that they can initiate any of their discoveries or their observations and consultations with the appropriate entity or individuals, and perhaps render an opinion prior to October 1st. I certainly would hate to see something implemented, although albeit it may be a minor adjustment, something be implemented at the 1st of October, and then 60 days thereafter, some of the law enforcement personnel are going to see a minor adjustment backwards in terms of the implementation of this. So I would certainly make that recommendation to the sponsor of the amendment if he would like to do that, if he could possibly do that, so that in fact at least the Attorney General's office will be in direct receipt of this amendment and may be able to initiate their initial review and perhaps render a decision before October 1st. But I certainly am not in opposition to the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Ogden. Senator Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what we're trying to do with this amendment, and I think I'm going to have to rise in opposition to it. Now, it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but your staff has done an incredibly diligent job working the numbers on all of these pay increases, and you know that what is budgeted now with the amendments that you put in are going to pay for the pay increases the way you calculated them. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we calculated that based on guidance from current policy.
Thank you. And it's not like we don't have a full-time legal counsel on both the majority side and the minority side, which has looked at them. Lots of people have looked at it. It's this body's job to determine what our policy is. It's this body's job to determine what we're going to set the budget at. We don't need to go to the AG and put these guys through this nightmare. What if she comes back and says, no, that's a 2 cents different, I'm going to interpret the law a different way, and then everybody has to go back through the recalculations? That would just be a nightmare for everybody. I mean, set the policy, budget it. This is how we're going to determine how we're going to interpret the law that this body passed. We're going to budget the money to pay for the law we passed, which you have done. Let's go forward. Let's not go back to the AG and have somebody second guess us and second judge us, as opposed to doing what we're doing now. And what we know we're doing is right. If there's any interpretation on this law, You have interpreted in favor of the employee. And I appreciate that, right? So, especially when we just had the former director of the CSC said that police officers were underpaid by 39% 10 years ago. The CSC wrote a letter to this body saying they were underpaid by 39% 10 years ago. So this 40% raise is in no way, shape, or form a stretch. So I'm going to have to stand opposed to this amendment, though I appreciate the intent. Let's just go forward and make the decision and take responsibility for the decisions we make. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Any other member of the body wishes to speak on the amendment? This is the amendment by Senator Adak, which would be notwithstanding the budgeted amounts, GPD, Fire, and Corrections, the Attorney General shall determine within 30 days the current methodology used for the agencies. I think it was passed out. So, Senator Calvo, I see your hand.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have Senator Barnes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm in support of the amendment. I would have rather had we do it beforehand, but I guess this is a good compromise. And again, understanding that we're making some major movements and changes in the budget, and a lot of these changes are dependent on an opinion rendered by the Attorney General. Again, though I would have liked to have rather had the opinion beforehand, at least this moves the process so that the Attorney General will act on her opinion 30 days after the enactment of the budget law. So I rise in full support of the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Calvo. I have Senator Munoz Barnes next.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I too rise in support of the good senator from Mangilo's amendment, and it just specifically states that based on being able to answer or to give an opinion whether or not this what was passed to law is legit in reference to the compiling of the numbers on how accurate the 10% is based on the 10-10-10-10. I just think that this gives a better, not a compromise, but I just think it just gives a clarification that in the event that there is a difference of how the law is interpreted, then we can go back and revert to this. So for me, this is a safety net, and I think this is not a bad amendment, and I think that with this amendment, based on what the opinion is, and this is why the Attorney General, part of her mission mandates is to be able to define and to clarify when laws are in question, to give that opinion. I think that this is a good safety net, so I support the amendment. Though I too would have liked to have it beforehand, I just think that this is a safety net and a good one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz Barnes. I have Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, somehow this is deja vu, I suppose, I guess for me, but a different department altogether. And this is exactly the same situation that, based on a law that we had passed, remember, when we wanted to give an increase to the teachers. And and my intent, and throughout my discussion, it was supposed to be classroom, teachers who are certified, but based, of course, on an interpretation again by attorneys. That, well, if anyone had any certificate, then it would mean then everybody else should have, participate in that increase. And one of the things that we had to do then was to work very closely with DOA, DOE, and the Attorney General's office to make sure then that the language that should be crafted then to amend then that law that was passed would be then the law that the Department of Personnel should comply with. So I see this amendment as well, and actually doing what it is that was done before. Unfortunately, like the others have said, is that it'll be great to have this done beforehand. But if not, then I know that the process needs to continue. A budget needs to be passed. But at the same time, we want to make sure that they would be able to work closely together to come up with the proper methodology so that there won't be any question in terms of what should be used. And I'm not sure whether I should place an amendment here because I know it says that if the findings of the Attorney General concludes then that the current pay computation is not in compliance, the affected agency shall make the necessary changes in methodology to comply with the law. Shouldn't there then be an amendment that if there is that non-compliance, that a recommendation should be made then to the legislature so that we can make the correction as well in the codification of this methodology or computation, because we don't want it again to be further misinterpreted. Again, maybe for next fiscal year. So, and I don't know if that would be appropriate, and I seek, your guidance or legal counsel then in terms of formulating, the language to require that the AG then make that recommendation to the legislature. Other than just when they find that it is not in compliance, that they would then have the agencies make those changes accordingly. But they're quoting a specific section 55102, 10 GCA. So I'm saying is that if that is the case, the legislature needs to know that. The chairman, at least, if anything, then so that he'll be able to make the amendment.
Could we just
By
then,
law.
rather than ending with the word with, just add the lines, necessary changes in methodology so that 511 is complied with, and that AG shall submit her findings and recommendations to the Guam Legislature?
To the Guam
To
Legislature.
the Speaker of the Guam Legislature?
Yes.
Okay. Is that,
Yes, an
is there
amendment to the
any
amendment.
objection to that amendment to add at the end of that line? Senator Uggan?
Mr. Speaker, I understand the intent, and I have absolutely no objection to the proposed amendment. My only concern is if the AG comes out with a ruling that a specific methodology should be used, then I would think as the legal arm of the government, there's an obligation to present that to the executive branch and to inform them that they are not complying with the provision of law. So in actuality, are we looking at retaining the affected agency shall make the necessary changes, or is it just that the amendment would delete those lines? Because that's a concern that I have, Mr. Speaker. I mean, if the legal arm of this government renders that opinion, then to me, all likelihood, she, in this case, would have to notify the appropriate entities and say, you need to comply with the law. So
The amendment I had proposed was to add that line at the end. So maybe rather than telling them to comply, they report to the governor and the legislature, and if you want to change the law, why don't you discuss what your concern with Speaker Wampat? Just a short recess. Committee of the Whole is back in session. Speaker Wampat, you had the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with the, I guess the senator was questioning or wanted clarification, and I think that it'll be a simple amendment, regardless whether there is either in compliance with the law or not. Is that I would like that the Attorney General submits then the findings to the legislature.
Okay.
That's the amendment to be added at the very end.
So on the amendment to just add a new sentence, then the Attorney General shall submit her findings to the legislature.
Yes.
The Speaker of the legislature.
Yes.
Okay.
Then
All
I'll
right.
give it to the chairman.
On that amendment, no objection. That amendment carries. On the amendment as amended? Yes, Senator Adams.
Mr. Chairman, I think the concern that was raised that, boy, it'd be just ideal if we were able to get that clarification now and not later. In fact, really, this budget is only as good as the information that we've been able to get. And I'm sure that if we stayed on this for another 2 weeks, it'd be a perfect budget. But I think at some point we gotta, call it, and we gotta continue to move forward. There was also the remarks that was made that we should take it upon ourselves to make a decision and make the necessary changes now. But there's one thing that I learned certainly in my military years, and that there's 3 things that you don't mess with, and one of those things is a man's pay. So I would rather that we take the time and proceed with caution, have the AG's office look into it. If in fact it's not being computed correctly, then make the necessary changes and make the adjustments. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Adams. On the amendment as amended, no objections. The amendment carries. Thank you, Senator Good, for not objecting. I have, I'm going to have one new amendment that was passed out, and this amendment will kind of illustrate, I think, what we want to do and we'll be doing in the bill as we go through with regards to the special pay, the special funds and appropriations from them. And this is an amendment for the appropriation to the Guam Environmental Protection Agency, and the appropriations can be found on page 83. And in there, for example, you'll see the appropriation to the contractual object class on line 4 will be decreased to read 466845, and the funding sources are as follows: 153,306 from the Environmental Trust Fund, 208,839 from the Air Pollution Control Fund, 51,100 from the Water Protection Fund, and 53,600 from the Water Research and Development Fund. And then it also goes into the other categories and delineates the appropriations in those object classes and tells you exactly where they are coming from. In subsection B, the supplies and materials will be funded from the Environmental Trust to the tune of $38,444, from the Air Pollution Control Fund to the tune of $22,800, and the Water Protection Fund will be used to the amount of $12,000. And the office rental, which you will also find as object class 233 on page 83, line 5, is funded from the Water Research and Development Fund. And then D, in which there's an appropriation for the equipment object class 250, 13,600 will come from the Environmental Trust Fund, 11,800 from the Air Pollution Control Fund, 8,400 from the Water Protection Fund, and 5,800 from the Water Research and Development Fund. For the capital outlay class, these are all at the request of the agency, of course. For the object category capital outlay, we're reducing this amount because these are the amounts available from those funds that would balance it out. And 10,000 would come from the Environmental Trust Fund, 29,066 from the Air Pollution Control Fund, 10,224 from the Water Protection Fund and 16,653 from the Water Research and Development Fund. And in line F of that appropriation for the telephone 363 object class, it is coming. The entire amount is coming from the Guam Environmental Trust Fund. In the Regional Transit Authority on page 59 to 60, the increments and promotions are not from the general fund, they are from the Guam Highway Fund for that object category. And the expenses to the central cost funds administered by DOA, which is the amounts that are appropriated from that, are not coming from the general fund, they're coming from the highway fund. And that is the amounts you see below for medical and dental insurance of $9,679. And this is for, again, the Guam Regional Transit Authority. In the Department of Labor appropriation, on page 86, line 15, the agency expenses appropriated to the central cost funds administered by the Department of Administration, and that is not coming from the general fund, but is coming from the Manpower Development Fund. And again, this is exactly what was pointed out to us, where we need to know exactly the appropriation and the source of that appropriation. So these are the corrections. We're looking at all the others to ensure it, but this is a type of detail that is going to have to occur and will present to the body before we vote on the bill, and you will see these changes. So on these amendments, any questions? Any objections? No objections? Thank you very much. Yes. We have one more amendment we'd like to present. Oh, no, we can pass these on. Yeah, yeah. We can recess and do that in the afternoon. We'll come back.
What's the all these, or do you want to let the chairs do?
Ask the chairs if they want to.
Do they need to, how do they just type it up themselves?
Oh, no, they can.
They can just cross your name.
The legislature is back in session, Committee of the Whole. We have another amendment passed out, and this is an amendment to page 33, line 9. And this is an amendment that would separate the appropriation to the community health centers for medicines, and we're adding vacancies in here. And that is the sum of the original request for medicine by the community health center was about $260,000. We increased that amount because there are also some vacancies in the community health center budget that we had budgeted out of public health's general operational budget, and we took some of those vacancies away. We wanted to give them back a couple of those vacancies. And so this would take a portion of the appropriation in which $400,000 would be for medicine, which is still above the $260 that they originally requested, and then take the balance of that, of the $132,258, and allow them to use that for vacancy positions. So, Senator Rector, I saw your hand up, and then Senator Elgin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to use this opportunity to say how much I think community health centers are doing a fantastic job on Guam and how important they are to our island and our communities. That being said, I would like to post the following amendment to your amendment, and that's to replace the word vacancies in the first sentence and in the very last word. In the first sentence, replace the word vacancies with vacant positions.
Okay.
And then in the very last sentence, or the very last word, replace the word vacancies with the purpose of filling vacant positions. So it would read, the last sentence would now read, and the sum of $132,528 is appropriated for the purpose of filling vacant positions. I just wanted to make sure that we were really clear that we weren't talking about vacant beds in the health center, but we're talking about vacant positions to be filled.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Senator Rector. On the Rector amendment, any objections to that? No objections. On the amendment, I have Senator Elgin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly stand in full support of this amendment. Just also acknowledging that there was a $6 million expansion of the Southern Community Health Centers that could possibly utilize some of these resources to be able to support the Southern Health Center in conjunction with the other community health centers out there. We know that for some time now there's been a desire to see what can be done to transition many of our people from rather going to GMH as the first option, initial option for receiving medical attention, that they look at going to the community health centers, and certainly this would help in perhaps moving in that direction. The only, Mr. Speaker, if I may, because the way I read this, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but the way I read this is that this could conceivably be read as a double appropriation measure.
Pardon?
As a double appropriation measure, because the way it reads, initially it says a sum of $532,000 is appropriated from the Healthy Futures Fund to public health, and then it further reads a sum of $400,000 is appropriated for the purchase of medicines. So can I just move for an amendment, if it's okay with you as the sponsor of this amendment, to delete on line 245 the word appropriated, so it'll read is for the purchase of medicines, and then on the last line delete the word appropriated, and then it would read as amended is for the purpose of filling vacant positions. So just delete those two words so that it's not misread, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
On
you,
that
Mr.
amendment, thank you very much, Senator Elgin. That'll make sure I don't have to redo my table. Thank you. It helps. I appreciate it. Okay. Senator Elgin, did you have another amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do have a couple amendments that also have your name as the primary sponsor, and the first one would be on the Youth Tobacco Education and Prevention Fund, and it would add a new section to Chapter 12. This was just circulated a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, and I hope all of our colleagues can identify it. It's to add a new section to Chapter 12, miscellaneous provisions, to read Youth Tobacco Education and Prevention Fund. The sum of $191,096, and if I can request that numerical figure be inserted in there, is appropriated from the interest earned on the Youth Tobacco Education and Prevention Fund to the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse to be used pursuant to Section 6505 of Chapter 6, Division 1 of Title 11 of the Guam Code annotated for fiscal year 2011. And this is specifically, if you're interested in finding out exactly what those sections refer to, is specifically for what the title reads, Youth Tobacco Education and Prevention. So please, Mr. Speaker, if I can request the consideration of our colleagues for the addition of this amendment.
On the amendment as proposed, Senator Blas? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have no objections to the amendment. I just have basically a question.
Yes.
How much currently in that fund, and as far as the interest?
We're looking at allocating the entire balance that's available right now. Actually, that's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. There's a subsequent amendment that will be proposed based on the arrangement of the use of the tobacco fund proceeds, the bond money. There's limited amounts the interest earned can be utilized for the specific programs outlined by that law. What we're looking at is the initial figure that I just read of $191,000 would be allocated for what I just specified, and then an additional sum, which is another amendment that will be proffered shortly with the support of our colleagues, is to appropriate $256,000 from the interest earned. So it's the same funding source, and
No, the 256. That's a different. That's
sorry.
to public health.
I'm sorry. The other one is to public health. But
That's correct.
the question was how much is available, and it's
Right.
reflective of the 196, 91, and then also the additional figure.
That is 90% of the total interest earned. This is a trust fund that was set up when we securitized our tobacco settlement monies. And what we did was, when we securitized the monies, we were supposed to get $40 million, or I think $38 million over 30 years from the Attorney General's suit against the tobacco companies. So we got money every single year. And what we did was, we took that future payments that we're supposed to receive and we securitized it. We then allowed GIDA to float a bond on the present value of those future payments. And so we would have gotten like $35 million over 30 years, but we sold our interest to those payments to receive cash up front. And we received about $23 million up front about 10 years ago. And of that $23 million, we took half of it and gave it to GMH. And we allowed GMH to spend half of that half for capital equipment. And then we put that into a investment account that is invested by GIDA. So that half. We took of that, then other half, we took 50% or 60% and gave 50% of that 60% to GCC and to UOG. And again, we allowed them to spend one half of the cash up front and take the remaining balance and put into an investment account and trust account. And we did, the remaining we took and we gave to public health and mental health for tobacco prevention programs. And part of that was all of the interest earned, they can spend up to 90% of the interest earned every year. The remaining 10% goes back into the corpus of the investment account or the trust fund and continues to generate new interest with the remaining balance of the cash that was deposited. So this $191,000 is 90% of the interest earned that is allowed to be spent, and the other 10% continues to add to the capital fund of those trust funds, and then every year we appropriate 90% of the interest for these programs.
Which goes to question, my next question is this interest earned on the principal from the last fiscal year, or will you anticipate it to be earned?
No, this is cash in the bank.
It's cash in the bank.
That's correct. This is existing interest income of the fund.
So this is the 10% that can be utilized?
No, this is the 90%.
The 90%.
That's
and
correct.
the 10% goes back into the...
That's correct.
Okay.
Right. And so there are 4 funds, UOG, GCC, mental health, and public health. And we are appropriating the interest, 90% of the interest in those accounts to these agencies for their use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Espaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that explanation. I guess one of the questions I have to start with is excuse me, is this appropriation is being made, I mean, is this appropriation being made, is it because we decreased funding because of perhaps some of the errors that we've made along the way?
No, this is made because the money's sitting there and they want to be able to use it. So whether or not we increase or decrease those budgets, we wanted to amend this so that they can have the money and use it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to find that out because I guess the pertinent question would become that if this was because of a decrease or because of a lack of funding to that agency, then if we start going into next year, would this also be available for any kind of expenditures along the same?
No, the expenditures authorized is very specific. It's for youth, education, tobacco, and prevention fund. So it doesn't matter. Next year we will appropriate again the 90% of that interest.
Okay, and it should be more than this.
Yes, it should be.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
It should have increased a little bit more because there's an additional 19,000
right?
in
Okay.
principal, addition to the principal list.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Cabo.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just again, it may be just more this may be more technical nature. Again, I'm reviewing the special funds, and this isn't indicated. Would we need to reflect it on the revenue side or as an attachment?
No, this is not part of the revenue projection at all. It's a cash appropriation based upon that trust fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No objection? The amendment carries. Senator Ogden, you had...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Senators, I also have a secondary amendment, which is along the same lines of the concept that was just highlighted by the good chair. And this is to add to Chapter 12, miscellaneous provision, a new section to read Health and Human Services Fund. The sum of $256,504 is hereby appropriated from the interest earned on the Health and Human Services Fund to the Department of Public Health and Social Services pursuant to Section 221103 of Article 11 of Chapter 22 of the Guam Code annotated for fiscal year 2010. The very same concept applies, like the good speaker just mentioned, that there were 4 funds, separate funds established, of which this is one of this is the second of the 4 that is being considered. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say that I'm very familiar with this fund and the operation of, because I'm proud to say that this is something that I created in the legislation that was passed. And the whole idea was, let's just not spend all that money and then we don't have anything later. Let's build a trust fund that will be ongoing. So hopefully nobody ever rates the principal. So on the amendment, no objection. Amendment carries. Does everybody want to break for lunch? Yeah. We'll break for lunch until 2 o'clock. All right? Committee of the Whole is in recess until 2. The legislature is back in session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We kind of did our inventory of remaining amendments that are needed, and we have just a few more. We should have passed one up on earlier. Okay. Yes, Senator Guthrie.
May I just share some information? I had a meeting later in the morning with the Civil Service Commission, Department of Administration, Personnel Services Branch, and other agencies of government. But when I was talking to the Department Administration regarding this 10% increase for the law enforcement community, I asked them about the any guidance that they may have provided to the law enforcement agencies regarding how to apply the 10% increase. And they told me that specifically in writing, they gave them guidelines to the base pay, not to the other areas. So they were told how to compute this in their budget.
Okay.
Now, they may not have done it that way, but that's what they were directed to follow by the Department of Administration Personnel Services Branch.
Okay. Thank you very much. Could you ask them for a copy of that, maybe? That they can. Yes. Could you ask your office just to get? I mean, we don't need it right away, but it would be good for our committee to have it for the record. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. The first amendment that should have been passed out already. There's an amendment on your desk. There's that proposes to no. Yes, I figured you were having that copy, Madam Speaker. There was. That. Okay. I don't think so. I was looking for. Don't I have two of these? I'm looking for the second. I know I just had it here. I know I had them both. Madam Speaker? Yeah. Why don't we go to you on the UOG and GCC since those have been passed out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were given two copies. One is for UOG and one's for GCC. So the first one will be UOG, and what this amendment would do is that the $203,850 is going to be appropriated now from the interest earned on UOG Higher Education Endowment Fund to the University of Guam to be used as part of their operations budget. That's the first amendment.
Okay. On that amendment, again, these are the interest earned on the tobacco settlement bonds that were specific to the University of Guam. No, Senator Espodan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just coming back from lunch, my mind's just working a little bit slower after that meal.
Okay.
Just to make sure that the reason why we're doing this is an appropriating from the Higher Education Endowment Fund is to offset some of the deductions we made to UOG because of the differences in.
No.
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 Oh,
Once again, it is money that is due to them in the way that the program was set up.
Okay.
So that regardless of whether or not they have a $30 million budget or a $1 million budget, this money belongs to them.
Okay.
And we're giving it to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Espodan. Any objection? No objections? Amendment carries.
Thank you very much,
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Chairman. The second is for a GCC also, and this is earned interest. So, I mean, there's an N there. Just delete that. So the first amendment to my to this amendment that I'm offering on your behalf is to delete the N, and the GXX should be really GCC. So
Okay.
I don't want you to think of any kind of suspicious kind of endowment fund here.
It's a really secret one.
Yes, a new one that we're going to create. So that's the first amendment to the amendment first to make the correction. So
Okay. On the corrections that were presented as an amendment, no objections. The amendment carries.
and then the amendment is then to also appropriate from those interests earned of the GCC's endowment fund to the GCC as well for their operations budget, the sum of $72,753.
Okay. On the amendment, no objections. Oh, Senator Espadon?
And I take it this is the same as the UOG?
That's correct.
I guess the question I have, Mr. Chair, is that if we were going to be appropriating this in the budget bill, why was it not in the substitute bill as it was proffered to us?
Because they came late.
Okay. Okay.
They
Thank
just
you, Mr.
came this
Chairman.
week and asked us to do this.
Okay. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Agun.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just so that there's perhaps a better understanding of what the principal amount is for the GCC trust fund as well as the UOG trust fund. Do you by any chance have that figure? Because I'm looking at a variance of 72,000 for GCC and then obviously 203,000 for UOG.
Yeah. I don't have the principal
Okay.
balances in those. These numbers were, the custodian of these trust funds is GIDA, and these numbers were provided to us as what is available for
So
appropriation.
you're telling me as the oversight
by
of
GIDA.
chair, I should,
And you're the
I should be
oversight of
familiar with
chair.
that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Agun. Yes. Okay, so on the amendment for GCC, no objection, amendment carries. Okay. Yes, Senator Taitagui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question here. We have passed UOG when we're going over the...
No, you want to make your amendment?
Yes, sir, please. Okay.
We have that. We have that.
Okay.
I was going to call you on that.
Okay. I would like to present an amendment with regards to the University of Guam. And if you give me 1 minute, I don't think I have passed this out yet, so I do have a copy, and I would like to have it being sent out.
I thought we made copies and passed these out.
Okay. Then if it is, I would like to amend Section 6 on page 24 as follows. The University of Guam College Natural Applied Sciences, and the area in which it's going to be changed is operations and activities of the Northern and Southern Soil and Water Conservation Districts, CWCD programs for FY 2010, and shall be equally divided between the Northern and Southern Soil and Water Conservation District. Expenditures from this appropriation shall be made upon the approval of the district directors with consent of the CWC board and shall not require further approval by the University of Guam or any other government entity. This appropriation is not subject to transfer or use for any other purposes. And that is my amendment.
All right. On the amendment by Senator Taitagui, no objections. The amendment carries. Yes. Madam Speaker?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There is another amendment, and this also is a correction, and it's going to be a sum of $50,000 that will come instead from the Tourist Attraction Fund that is appropriated from the Tourist Attraction Fund rather to the CAHA to be used for the operations of the Guam Territorial Band.
Thank you very much, Madam.
And the chairman agreed.
Yes.
Okay.
Senator Agun.
Pues balansya y Tourist Attraction Fund and the
This was there was two proposals. The submission by the committee included this. The Committee on Tourism included this out of the TAF.
Okay.
And so.
Okay. No, but in terms of looking at the overall numbers, the numbers still balance out. Okay.
Timatulaikan niya ako. Okay. Senator Calvo, ulio na sa kanay mo? Did you raise your hand? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Oh no, and the territorial ban appropriation is coming out of the Tourist Attraction Fund instead of the general fund. Okay. All right. On the amendment, no objections. Amendment carries. Yes.
Just say yes or no.
No. Yes. Okay. So we're passing out another amendment here. We'll wait till you get it. It's going to look like this. Can we find it? You know, I don't know what the hell I did with. I had these two. That and the other one. I don't know what I did with it, Chris. But there's two of them. No, there's different. One is to say we're taking this out. The other one is to amend it. There. Oh, no. Oh, these are yeah. I thought there was two of these. No? No, no. Two. Okay. Oh. Oh yeah, I have, okay. Okay, where's the miscellaneous one now? Oh, here we go. Okay, the other amendment you should have received. This is an amendment to section 2-4, chapter 12, miscellaneous provisions. And what this does is, if you recall, ladies and gentlemen, we created these utility bank fund and the health benefit fund. And this was brought to our attention that when you use the word fund in government accounting, it means something. And one of the things it means is that under GASB accounting rules, when you use the term and nomenclature fund to assign it to an account, it means that there is a source of funding for what is deposited in there. It's not an appropriation. And so, for example, the Territorial Highway Fund is called the Territorial Highway Fund because there's a source of revenue that is transferred into that account. So when we use the word utility bank fund, under GASB rules, they would have had to set up this fund, and GASB rules say that funds can only be called funds if they have a revenue stream being deposited in there. And so we wanted all of the revenues that were deposited into the utility bank fund are really appropriations. And as such, we should not call it a fund. We need to call it an account, a cost account. And that's just a very technical information that was given to us by the Department of Administration based upon the new GASB 21 rules, which govern government cost accounting. So this changes the name of the health benefit fund to the health benefit cost account, and it changes it also to the utility bank cost account. So we're changing the name from fund to cost account. And then, of course, the deposit of the money in there that was earlier made, about 1/12 of the appropriation, and that this account is the account that's used to pay for the health benefits and for the power that is identified in the appropriations. So it is, again, it's at the recommendation and request of the Department of Administration based upon general GASB accounting rules that is in place. So it's pretty that's really it. It's pretty technical. On the amendment? No objection? Amendment carries. Thank you. Okay. There is one other amendment. It's a two-part amendment. One is to amend the appropriation for vacancies in the cost funds account subsection 2, section 1, part 1 of chapter 5 as follows. We have, and you can find this on page 40, I believe. And what it does is, in the appropriation for the governor's office, page in the appropriation for the right office of the governor, there's a line item for vacancies, and what we're doing is vacancy pool fund, and what we're doing is we're moving that line item, deleting that line item, and moving that amount into the salaries category, because as noted earlier, the governor's office, there's no need to fund them for vacancies when the salary line was short. And so we're moving that amount up to the salary line. Senator Calvo.
Again, just maybe, because we were doing some reconciliations, and there was a concern on the Guam State Clearinghouse.
Yes,
yes,
that's why we're doing this.
And this would
and the medical referral office, that's all part of it.
Account for those
that's
costs.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very
correct.
much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Calvo. Any other comments? No comments? No objections? Amendment carries. We'll just, there's another amendment, and it should have been passed out also. It is to change the amounts on page 31, line 5, miscellaneous 290, to reflect $31,420,789, and on page 31, line 12, general fund, to the amount of $32,074,499. And this is taking out the double appropriation of MIP. And so there will be just one single appropriation from MIP. It was contained in that line category. So on that amendment, no objections? Amendment carries. Okay, we'd like to call for a short recess. Thank you very much. The legislature's back in session. There's one final amendment that's being offered. This has been passed out. Final. Absolute. Oh. This is an amendment by Senator Wampat, and it would be to reduce the salary level, salary object class in the Attorney General's office by $100,000. There's over $600,000 in vacancies in that line item. So it reduces it by 100, and the amount is appropriated to the Department of Education for a principal's mentorship program. So, on the amendment? No objection, amendment carries. Okay, all right. We'll be in a short recess again while we wait for our speaker to return. So shall we just wait for that to come in? Legislature Committee on the Whole is back in session. Senator Tenorio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make two amendments. The one is the just now passed out. The amendment is to the Veterans Affairs Office, Object Class 290, under miscellaneous. The sums would be appropriated in the form of $25,000 for the Vietnam Veterans Office, specifically for building the Veterans Affairs Office, specifically for building of the Vietnam Veterans Association Memorial Wall and replica of the National Vietnam Veterans Memorial. And it would amend the amount appropriated, reduced to read $6,317,754 from page, well, that doesn't have a specific line, but that's the Attorney General's appropriation is reduced by $25,000.
Okay. On the amendment, any objections? Senator Adak?
If the mover would yield, where did the $25,000 figure come from? Were you able to get an estimate of, or is this an arbitrary figure?
No, it's a actual figure. The estimate was given to the Vietnam Veterans Vietnam Veterans Association, Chapter 668. The sum is broken down in two forms. The first is $15,000 for the wall, which is going to name the 72 killed in action who were from Guam, killed in the Vietnam Vietnam conflict. The other is $10,000, which is a maximum sum, which includes a $7,500, no more than $8,500 for the building of the monument in the Philippines, which they have a quote for, and the shipping of that monument from Philippines to Guam. So a total of 10 for the monument and 15 for the wall.
Okay, that's for the artifacts itself, basically. But what about the cost of the labor to put these up? $25,000 going to put in these two things. Where's it going to be put at?
The Vietnam Veterans Association Coban, that is, in Manila at the intersection of Route 15 and Route 10, right across Price Elementary School.
You know, Senator Tenorio, I certainly don't want to be misinterpreted as objecting to this project, but I understand it's an appropriation, but it's an appropriation to a specific project in which the members of our community have not had an opportunity to place their input on. We haven't heard from the mayor, we haven't heard from, and as such, we have, again, we have the law, the rule that says that it has to be, if it's an unrelated matter for this, it has to have had a public hearing. So the issue of building the wall and the memorial in the location that it's had has not had a public hearing. And again, I apologize. I know you talked to me on the side about this, and I thought about it, and I focused on the fact that we're appropriating and so forth. But if I may prevail on you and just ask, could we introduce this as a separate bill? Funding, finding the funding, and we will find the funding, but I just, I ruled some people out of order because the subject matter did not have a hearing, so if I could prevail on you on that,
I,
and I'm going to rule that.
okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's right. So,
Yes,
and
yes.
I understand your point.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's one more amendment I'd like to move, and this is based on the discussion we had previously.
Yes.
There are 2 vacancies in the Guam Police Department which are not funded by the current level, which is authorized for the Guam Police Department. 2 individuals who are just recently left the police department, have reemployment rights, but the sums were not previously allocated for the police department for these positions.
Right.
So this would amend on Section 4, page 138 to 139, to read with the additive language, of the positions authorized by this section, the sum of $142,289 shall be reserved to fund the salaries and benefits to reemploy 2 former police officers pursuant to provisions of 2108 for GCA.
And that's exactly what this vacancy pool is meant.
That's exactly how much it takes.
And this is in order.
It's completely in
I will
order.
accept it and call for any objections, and there being none, this amendment passes.
Well, thank you.
Thank you
1
very
out of 2
much.
ain't bad.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes the discussion on Bill 58 as substituted by the committee. No further amendments. We will be in recess until, can I ask maybe to get a estimate from the clerks and the council on when the, I'll just call a recess to kind of get some time for when we can return. Okay. Okay. Committee of the Whole is back in session. We're getting ready to recess, ladies and gentlemen, to allow the clerk to engross the bills or the bill. But I've just found out, ladies and gentlemen, that one of the great leaders of our nation just passed away. United States Senator Edward Kennedy from Massachusetts has passed away. And I wanted to give members of this body, before we recess today, the opportunity to make any comments and extend any official statements relative to the passing of Senator Edward Kennedy. So I'm going to call on Senator Rector, who wanted to express his sentiments and his thoughts on this sad occasion. Senator Rector, we are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I had the honor and the pleasure to meet Senator Kennedy a few years ago at a AFT convention, and it was amazing what a powerful and noble man he was. But all we have to do is look back at his record of fighting for working families, the human rights legislation that he's pushed through, whether it was the Voting Act of the 60s, whether it was Family Medical Leave Act, or the Fair Labor Standards Act, et cetera, et cetera. He has been longtime champion of the working families of our nation. It's going to be a great loss to all of us. I know President Obama was hoping that he would live long enough to see his lifelong dream of having universal health care in the United States go through. And it's sad for him that we didn't do it, but hopefully in his honor, the U.S. Senate and the U.S. Congress will pass this monumental bill, and maybe it'll become the Ted Kennedy Memorial Health Care Bill. So if I might ask my colleagues to have a second of silence in memory of Senator Kennedy, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Would like to do that after we've asked if any other members of the body will
Thank you.
Wishes to make comment. Any other member of the body wish to make a comment? Senator Ogun, did I see your hand up? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Rector. You know, I do want to extend condolences to the family of the late Senator Edward Ted Kennedy. I, too, had an opportunity to meet with Senator Kennedy on actually many occasions. I worked on Capitol Hill with Congressman Wampat when he was there, and Senator Kennedy was already in Washington at that time back in the late 70s. We've had, a couple years ago, we met him in Boston, his hometown, in a very small, intimate setting on Faneuil Hall on the discussion of health care and the need of the nation to confront the challenges it faces in being the richest nation in the world and yet not focused on providing, and the richest nation in the world and with the best healthcare system in the world and available to probably the least number of people across the national scheme compared to the other developed nations in the world. And it was always Senator Kennedy's fight, mission, goal, are not enough and words to describe his commitment to ensuring that every man, woman, and child in America will not suffer from lack of health care. And that setting to me was, you know, maybe 200-300 people at maximum, and having him right there and listening to him express somebody who had so much and it wasn't enough in terms of ensuring that all that he had was going to be also available, especially on the healthcare side, on wages side, to all the working men and women in our country. And it's a sad day today, but he has spurred Senator Obama and now President Obama to take this fight on. And we certainly wish to continue, at least from my end here, to support all of that effort. So we express our deep and sincere condolences to the members of the family and to the nation on this great loss. We'd like to ask for just everyone to please stand for a minute of silence. Thank you very much. The committee of a whole. Oh. Okay. Before we rise, then, or before we recess, Speaker Wampat is copying one final amendment that she wishes to present to the body.
Mr. Chairman, can I just go ahead and tell you?
Yes.
I just provided a copy for you, the clerk. Because what it really is that there is the only place that I know of actually now, at least within the Department of Education, where there is real cash to be able to address then the food lunch program. And I just got off the phone with the superintendent, and she said that would really help right now to take care of their obligations to the vendors provided food to all of our school children. With approximately 11,500 of our children are in free and reduced lunch out of 17,000 who participate in the lunch program. So the amendment is that in Public Law 29-19, I'm amending that and making a breakdown that their balance of $6.7 million of the general CIP, which is the facility repair and replacement, is to put in a new item. There was a food service program at $2.2 million.
On that amendment, no objection. Senator Espadon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it was brought to our attention the problems that's arising in the school lunch program, and as I believe it was represented, it affects the school lunches for starting tomorrow and going forward. Well, the question in my mind is that if we include this in the budget bill and it doesn't get really passed into law or signed into law for the next several weeks or until maybe even all the way till whenever.
10 days.
Is it 10 days?
Yes.
I mean, would that be, is it effective so that it covers the lunches over the next couple weeks until that point?
Okay.
And, you know, by adding it to this bill, we may not be addressing the urgency of the situation starting tomorrow. And that's the issue I have with this.
Thank you so very much. You'll be able to give me an opportunity maybe then to explain a little bit. First of all, you're right. This amendment will not definitely affect the lunches that we have, the lunch program right now for this school, the remainder rather of the fiscal year. What this will do, though, is that they need to be able to, this is for their prior year obligations that's owed to the vendor. And in order for the vendor even to continue to serve, originally they were serving at least as of last week, was this obligation had to be paid. Now, for the lunch program as it exists, of course, is that, and I've spoken to Claudia as well at the procurement office, and what they're actually waiting for right now is that it's a declaration of an emergency that will come out of DOE to the governor's office, and what they, with that emergency, declaration, then the procurement office will be able then to immediately go out and get 3 quotes from vendors who've been providing food to several programs large enough in our community, at least, who have demonstrated that they've provided lunches at least to, like for example, DOC, the Senior Citizens Program, and of course our school lunch program. And then with the immediate release of $250,000, then they'll be able to address that. And once they are able to get those 3 quotations, they are saying that there won't be any need then for any legislation. They will just proceed with that declaration of emergency. There's the $1 million that's available to be released on a weekly basis to be able to address the lunch program to the end of this fiscal year. So the 2.2 is for the next fiscal year to pay for the prior year obligation that's owed to the vendor.
So it wouldn't hurt it?
No, it won't.
Okay.
And it won't affect them right now, at least this.
Okay.
But there is a solution to it without the legislature taking any action.
Okay. On the amendment? No? Senator Rector?
Thank you. This isn't an amendment. It's if the maker of the amendment would yield. Because I haven't seen the amendment yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could I get a copy of that?
Should have been
Has it
on your desk.
passed out? Is it
They
in
just
front?
passed it out. Oh, I apologize. I assumed everyone had one.
Oh, well, this makes it all different. Okay, I see what we're doing. And
Yeah.
so now I understand where the money's coming from and where
Right.
it's going, and that was my
It
question.
won't. We won't be over appropriating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On the amendment, no objections? Thank you very much. I want to ask each and every one of you that when you leave this afternoon, could you please take the papers off your desk? They're going to prepare the hall for the Student Government Association inauguration on Friday. So I'm going to call the Committee of the Whole into a recess until 11 a.m. Friday morning, at which time we'll return. We'll have the bill ready by 10, so if you come in earlier than that, you can start reviewing it at 10 o'clock. We'll be here to officially convene at 11 o'clock to review the bill, and then rise after satisfactory review for a vote on the bill. This committee is in recess until 11 a.m. on Friday. Thank you, and si Diyos mo si todo samso.